Tonight, we explore the incredible life story of Fredrick Chopin, the brilliant composer and pianist whose music captured the depth of human emotion. From his poetic melodies to his profound influence on classical music, Chopin's artistry continues to inspire and enchant listeners around the world. So before we get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you can stay on top of all of our stories. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We've pretty much covered all corners of the world, and we truly can't thank you guys enough. Now it's time to turn your lights off, find a cozy spot to relax, and let's jump straight into our topic today. Fredrick Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman, teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederick's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederick's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time, and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Fredrick was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Fredrick Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle, adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms. Their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, They sustained a delicate equilibrium, each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps and loops in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Arthur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalized whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Jelezova-Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Fredrick Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. This leads us to the end of our topic for tonight. We appreciate all of you guys commenting new topics for us to cover, and even some that are your favourite. If you're still struggling to sleep, don't worry. We always have multiple topics of different types lined up here, in case a specific one doesn't do the trick. We all deserve to get a good amount of sleep each night. Sleep tight and good night, my friends. Of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning, and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in half a dozen dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, and not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coasts dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism. Floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialised. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, 2 distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors, missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in: cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread on both sides, often fueled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated: mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Minton natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the scowl of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the Crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge like astronomy for short-term advantage. Eventually he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure. A man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval, and yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognised these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realised. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian Exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiralled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples Day. the conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labor in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? The question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitised version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonised communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, the life of Christopher Columbus offers us no tidy moral resolution, only an evolving dialogue about exploration, legacy, and the burdensome complexity of the past. If there's a final takeaway, it might be this: to remember that progress and tragedy can arrive hand in hand. Columbus dared to sail into the unknown, an act that simultaneously expanded horizons and contracted the futures of countless others. Through his story, we see the power and peril of bold endeavours, reminding us that behind every famous voyage stands a mosaic of human lives, some forging destiny, others swept aside by its relentless tide. It was a chilly afternoon in South London at the turn of the 20th century, where a slight boy named Charlie scans the streets for small wonders. Thick soot hangs in the air, dulling wan sunlight. Cobblestone roads gleam with recent rain, while horse-drawn carriages clatter by. Passers-bys rarely notice Charlie, yet there's a glimmer in his eyes, a hint he sees possibilities others miss. At home, life is tenuous. His father, Charles Chaplin Sr., once sang in music halls, but that promise has dimmed beneath alcohol and regret. Charlie remembers nights when his father's lullabies softened the cramped walls, and others have muttered arguments. Meanwhile, his mother, Hannah, struggles to maintain equilibrium in her own fragile world. She once performed too, and sometimes urges Charlie to mimic everyday oddities. Other times, she vanishes into a haze, leaving him to wonder if his antics can reach her. Charlie hones his observational skills in their tiny flat. A single candle flickers in the hearth, casting shadows that inspire makeshift performances. He imitates a neighbour's theatrical gestures or a local gentleman's pompous stride, earning a weary smile from Hannah. Outside, Lambeth's narrow streets become his stage. He notes the lamplighter's angled stance, a stray dog's bark, the swirl of a violin from a pub. Where others see grime, he sees comedic fodder. His older half-brother, Sidney, is more practical, working odd jobs and scolding Charlie for daydreaming. However, even Sidney is unable to overlook Charlie's ability to elicit laughter with a simple roll of the eyes or a humorous bow. Their bond, forged by hunger and transience, is a fragile lifeline. When hunger gnaws louder than any applause, Charlie lurks behind a local theatre. He peers through half-closed doors at rehearsals, mesmerised by fluttering curtains and swirling costumes. Sometimes a stagehand shoos him away, other times he's allowed a few minutes to soak in the magic. Back home, he reenacts what he's witnessed, stumbling in time to imaginary music or making Hannah chuckle with a pratfall. Poverty grows relentless. Hannah's grip on reality wavers until authorities intervene, placing Charlie in a workhouse. The regimented routine is harsh, a stark contrast to the cramped flat. Yet he refuses to be crushed. Late at night, he entertains the other children by mimicking the warden's stiff poses or parodying petty quarrels. Laughter becomes a brief reprieve from fear. After his workhouse stint, Charlie returns to a London changed by his mother's decline. He finds a spot in a children's dance troupe by mixing clumsy flailing with sudden bursts of comedic timing. That audition marks his first real step onto a public stage. The touring schedule is grueling, cramped trains, threadbare costumes, but applause, however faint, sparks new hope. Sydney helps manage what little they earn, convinced show business might be their only escape from poverty. Charlie's comedic flair grows, shaped by the everyday misfortunes he observes. If he sees a fruit seller trip, he'll practice that motion later, perfecting it until it's hilarious yet strangely touching. Each pratfall or wide-eyed stare draws from real life, turning ordinary mishaps into moments that transcend dire circumstances. Though the future remains uncertain, Charlie's heart beats to the tempo of creative mischief. Even as he frets over Hannah's well-being, he senses destiny tugging him forward. The boy with the curious gaze is no mere spectator. He's an alchemist, spinning hardship into comedic vignettes. These youthful experiments foreshadow a voice that will one day captivate audiences worldwide. For now, Charlie stages any street corner he can find, and his greatest reward is the unifying power of shared laughter. He still remembers how his father's lullabies once soared through the night, a momentary balm against hunger pangs and the bitter taste of fear. Sometimes, just before dawn, Charlie would lie awake, dreaming of a stage where sorrow could be recast as joy. In these idle moments, he memorized the rhythms of laughter, how it could erupt from even the bleakest circumstances. If a drunken neighbour stumbled, Charlie transformed it into a dance step that sparked grins. No matter how drab the alleyways, he found a spark to kindle his imagination. He sensed a well-timed tumble could lift weary spirits, even briefly. Those small victories fueled him. Amid the city's grey skies and lingering coal dust, Charlie found colour in humour, layering each new insight into his evolving repertoire. Unbeknownst to the crowds who passed him by, he was already practising for a role far larger than any shabby stay could contain. He was resolute. Charlie's mother, Hannah, succumbs to deeper mental fragility, and officials place him in a workhouse. Suddenly, the cramped familiarity of home is replaced by rigid schedules and faceless corridors. Children cry quietly, their hope eroding under stern watch. In this dreary labyrinth, Charlie clings to memories of Hannah's half-smiles and the musty warmth of dimly lit music halls. At night, he entertains the other kids, imitating wardens or reenacting staff disputes. Laughter, however faint, punctures the gloom. His stay is brief, thanks to sympathetic relatives who reunite him with Sydney. But Hannah's condition has worsened. At times, she acknowledges them, but at other moments, her own sorrow overwhelms her. Charlie's small comedic routines become lifelines, offering a glimmer of normalcy when all else fades. He auditions for a children's dance troupe with raw comedic timing, stumbling and flailing in ways that somehow shine. Despite threadbare clothes, he stands out, capturing the leader's curiosity. Soon, he tours dingy stages and half-full halls. Applause, however modest, affirms that he's more than his circumstances. Sydney manages logistics, scrounging for bookings. Both believe that if Charlie can succeed, they might secure better care for Hannah. Charlie refines each movement, storing real-life encounters for future skits. A pompous conductor or a clumsy fruit vendor sparks new routines. Observing life's contradictions becomes second nature. The schedule is grueling, nights in cold rooms, uncertain pay, unpredictable crowds. Yet each performance is a chance to spark joy. He learns timing is vital. Hold a pose too long and the gag falls flat. Collaboration with fellow acts teaches him to blend multiple comedic beats into a cohesive show. Hannah remains in his thoughts. Letters from home describe her fluctuating moods. Each laugh he conjures feels like a plea for her recovery, a silent vow to return triumphant. Through comedic alchemy, he tries to transform personal anguish into fleeting happiness. Small theatre ads begin to mention his name, labelling him an energetic comic. He meets older performers, many jaded by showbiz. Seeing their cynicism, Charlie resolves to remain hopeful. Performance, he believes, can be more than a paycheck. It can be an escape from bleakness. Though still young, he feels pressure to evolve. As the troupe's childlike novelty wears off, he adapts, Weaving physical comedy into more refined sketches, he notices audiences respond to sincerity, even amid pratfalls. He aims to bridge the gap between comedic caricature and heartfelt empathy, so that wealthy patrons and struggling labourers alike find a piece of themselves in his act. A fresh uncertainty lingers, adolescence creeps in, and he wonders how long he can play the endearing child. Yet each new show steels his resolve. He's tasted the rush of approval and the ache of indifference. Both drive him forward. Through it all, Hannah's plight remains the quiet drumbeat beneath every routine. Sydney's unwavering faith helps Charlie persevere. It's not just ambition fueling him, it's a sense of responsibility that has him perfecting pratfalls long after others stop rehearsing. If performance can grant even a fleeting reprieve from misery, Charlie is determined to seize it. By the close of this chapter, he stands at a threshold. Show business offers a path he can't fully envision, yet its promise glows brighter than any alternative. Each time he stumbles on stage, the audience's laughter reassures him that life need not be defined by poverty and sorrow. He's found a portal to possibility, one that might lift Hannah from her despair and validate the dreams he cradles. Without fanfare, Charlie ventures onward, believing in the subtle power of laughter to reshape a fate long overshadowed by hardship. He meticulously observes how a silence can intensify a punchline, or how a single raised eyebrow can convey a powerful message. During dreary train rides, he imagines new scenarios that blend humour with pathos, each crafted to nudge the audience's hearts. Sometimes, stagehands roll their eyes at his perfectionism, but Charlie feels compelled to push his talent further. He learns to spot a crowd's energy from the wings, guessing whether they crave slapstick or subtler pantomime. During these early years, he begins to understand the transformative power of comedy. It serves as a comfort against fear and a subtle jab at life's harsh realities. Even the simplest gag can spark unity among strangers. What began as a mere means to eat and survive now feels like a calling that transcends the drabness of London's underbelly. For Charlie, each new routine is a promise that better days might lie ahead. He yearns to be a spark, igniting hope wherever shadows. Charlie's teenage years arrive with dizzying changes. His time in small revues and children's troupes evolves into appearances at modest music halls. He expands his comedic repertoire, practicing pratfalls and silent gags in threadbare dressing rooms. In each performance, he earns an uncanny ability to mimic life's quirks, be it the haughty nod of a station master or the timid shuffle of a stray dog. Every odd job or peculiar encounter in London's streets provides him with new material to refine. Money remains scarce, and Hannah's health teeters, yet Charlie's sense of purpose intensifies. He's drawn to the spotlight, not just for applause, but for the electricity it brings, a fleeting connection between performer and audience that feels transformative. Sydney stays close, offering both fraternal advice and business acumen. They share an unspoken pact to keep Hannah's well-being at the forefront of their ambitions. If Charlie can climb higher in the entertainment world, perhaps there will be funds to secure better care for her. Opportunity soon knocks in the form of a vaudeville act looking for fresh talent. Charlie seizes the chance. Stepping into a larger circuit that promises slightly better wages and exposure, he discovers an industry brimming with eccentric personalities. Jaded comedians who cling to worn-out routines, dancers who sparkle on stage but sob in back alleys, and promoters who talk of fame but pay with coins that barely cover a meal. Charlie navigates it all with a mix of wonder and guarded optimism, gleaning hard lessons about showbiz's fickle nature. On stage, he amplifies his comedic style. His routines feature rapid-fire physical antics interspersed with brief moments of pathos, a balance that intrigues audiences. Unlike some comedians who rely solely on slapstick, Charlie finds that a touch of vulnerability elicits deeper laughter, a camaraderie that bridges social divides. Even the rowdiest crowds quiet when he punctuates a bumbling pratfall with a wistful look, as though yearning for a gentler world. This blend of humour and heart gradually becomes his calling card, a nascent hint of what he'll later perfect in silent cinema. Travelling across England, he sees communities battered by the inequality and jobs lost to new machinery. It resonates with his memories of squalor and hunger, and he weaves these realities into his sketches. Sometimes, a simple gesture, a battered hat doffed at just the right moment, leaves an audience laughing yet oddly moved. He senses that comedy can highlight life's injustices without preaching. The applause that ensues frequently carries a hint of relief, as if laughter serves as the sole remedy for a chaotic world. Then, the Fred Karno Company beckons. Known for elaborate slapstick sketches and precise comedic timing, Karno's troupe is respected in vaudeville circles. After a swift audition in a cramped rehearsal room, Charlie is hired. Instantly, he steps into an environment where discipline matters as much as inspiration. Rehearsals stretch late into the night, every tumble carefully choreographed. Karno insists on meticulous synchronization. No comedic beat is left to chance. Charlie revels in this rigorous approach, discovering that the best gags require exact timing and intense focus. Karno's ensemble soon prepares to tour America, a land of mythic proportions in Charlie's eyes. Crossing the Atlantic on a crowded steamship, he feels the hum of possibility. The moment he steps onto American soil, he's overwhelmed by the frenetic energy of New York City. Towering skyscrapers, flashing electric lights, and melting pot neighborhoods ignite his curiosity. As Karno's troupe traverses the vaudeville circuit, Charlie devours fresh inspirations, the swagger of street vendors, the lilting drawl in a Mississippi town, and the raucous laughter of Midwestern audiences, performing night after night. He refines his craft under the pressure of instantaneous audience feedback. American theatregoers are rowdier and quicker to judge, but also lavish in their praise if they sense authenticity. Charlie's brand of physical comedy, tinged with empathy, resonates across state lines. He relishes each stage as a blank canvas to test new moves, contort his face into improbable expressions and spark roars of laughter. Here, pantomime transcends language. He doesn't need words to communicate longing, mischief, or sorrow. Between shows, he writes letters to Sydney, who remains in England to watch over Hannah. The updates brim with excitement at his American experiences, yet a thread of worry snakes through every line. Charlie wonders if each successful performance might bring him a step closer to the stability they crave, or if show business is as precarious in the States as it was back home. When the troupe reaches California, sun-drenched and teeming with new film studios, he grows restless. Rumours abound that moving pictures are the future of entertainment. While some older comics scoff, Charlie senses a fresh frontier. If he can convey so much with a simple gesture on stage, imagine what he could accomplish on camera, where expressions can be magnified for all to see. At the conclusion of the tour, Charlie finds himself in a precarious situation. Vaudeville has sharpened his comedic instincts, but the emerging world of film entices him. He's spent years learning how to craft a story with stumbles and glances rather than words. In this new medium, such skills might find their perfect home. Unsure how or when, he clings to the hope that his path will soon lead to film, a place where his silent eloquence might speak volumes. In his pocket, he keeps a note from Sydney detailing Hannah's improving spirits. That alone fortifies him. Each passing show intensifies his sense of a destiny he's just beginning to envision. Fortunately, Max Sennett, the head of the Keystone Film Company, notices Charlie's increasingly captivating stage presence. Intrigued by the wiry comedian who stirs laughter with a twitch of an eyebrow, Sennett offers him a short-term contract. Hesitant yet curious, Charlie steps onto a Keystone set in early 1914, surrounded by banana peels, frenzied chases, and broad slapstick scenes. The chaos is exhilarating, but the film process is unlike anything he's known. There's no native audio or audience to gauge his performance, just a camera that captures every move in stark finality. He soon embraces the novelty of it. Film allows multiple takes and close-ups that highlight his subtle expressions. Where vaudeville demanded exaggerated gestures to reach the back row, the camera reveals nuance, an eye roll, a knowing smirk, a delayed double take. Charlie revels in these details, quickly learning to craft comedic moments that linger. Audiences see these short reels in Nickelodeons across the country, giggling at the ungainly newcomer whose rubbery movements and distinctive moustache leave a lasting impression. Keystone churns out comedies at breakneck speed. The storylines are paper-thin, a love triangle here, a pie fight there, car chases zigzagging through city streets. Charlie, however, suspects that slapstick can be more than mere chaos. When he's given leeway to direct, he experiments, injecting small doses of empathy into the humour. A fleeting moment where his character sighs or appears embarrassed adds emotional texture to the pratfalls. Before long, his bowler hat, oversized pants and cane transform into a recognisable persona, still unnamed but undeniably distinct. He invests it with a humanity that resonates, even in the midst of Keystone's manic energy. Fame creeps up on him. Moviegoers start referring to him as the little fellow or the tramp, enthralled by his comedic oddities. Newspapers run blurbs praising his rubber-limbed antics. Charlie is still young and uncertain, yet he can't deny the sweet rush of public adoration. He sends bigger money orders back home, hoping Sydney can keep Hannah comfortable. Each success feels like a lifeline extended to the mother he fears he may never see fully healed. However, success within Keystone brings friction. The studio has its established methods, fast production, broad comedy, and Sennett grows uneasy with Charlie's desire for more control. Tensions rise when Charlie requests extra time to perfect a gag or begs for an additional shot to highlight a subtle reaction. While Sennett appreciates box office returns, he views Charlie's meticulous approach as disruptive. There are grumblings among the other comedians too, some of whom resent his rapid rise, yet Charlie can't help pushing boundaries. He believes that true comedy emerges from sincerity, not just frantic mano movement. Eventually, lured by a more generous offer, Charlie leaves Keystone for the S&A Film Manufacturing Company. There, he negotiates greater creative freedom. It's at S&A that he refines the tramp persona, melding slapstick with pathos in ways that both tickle and tug at the heart. Films like The Tramp and Work introduce audiences to a bumbling yet noble character who combats life's indignities with resilience. In these shorts, Charlie's comedic set pieces dance hand in hand with quiet moments of longing, ensuring viewers laugh even as they sense a deeper undercurrent of vulnerability. Critics soon hail him as a comedic genius. His paychecks swell, studios scramble to outbid each other, and fans clamour for the next release. Yet behind the scenes, Charlie grapples with isolation. Hollywood's glitz doesn't erase his memories of threadbare clothes, or the heartbreak of seeing Hannah slip away. Private dinners with industry magnates feel hollow, overshadowed by a longing for genuine connection. He writes letters to Sydney, pouring out doubts about whether he's simply dressing up old poverty in new silk, or if he's truly forging a path that matters. When he signs with the Mutual Film Corporation in 1916, the salary is astronomical for its time. More importantly, he secures near total autonomy on set. He directs, writes, stars, and even begins solo composing musical cues. This level of control, unheard of for most entertainers, lets him craft two real comedies that blend clowning with incisive satire. Each short film boldly explores comedic boundaries, all the while retaining an undeniable tenderness at its core. The public, eager for such inventive humour, devours them. By the close of Part 4, Charlie stands not just as a stage performer who dabbled in film, but as a movie pioneer shaping the language of silent comedy. His trademark shuffle, cane twirl, and half smile enchant audiences worldwide. Still, he's restless. The medium brims with unrealised potential, and he wants to test its limits. Even as he savours each new project, a spark in him yearns for something grander, a longer format to explore deeper narratives without sacrificing laughter. The worry that fortunes can change abruptly hovers in the back of his mind. But for now, in those silent reels, he's found an outlet for the empathy and mischief he first nurtured on London streets. With each new contract, Charlie's creative aspirations escalate. Mutual grants him near complete freedom, and his two reel comedies draw record profits. His Chaplin studios soon rise in Los Angeles, a testament to how far he's come from Lambeth's soot-laden alleys. Here, he fashions sets on a whim and refines comedic bits to exacting degrees. Prop men scramble to satisfy his sudden inspirations, while extras wait, intrigued by his meticulous approach. Some marvel at his devotion to scenes that run only a few minutes on screen, but Charlie insists every frame carry his unmistakable stamp. Now that he earns a fortune, Hollywood's high life beckons, yet he feels uneasy about opulence. Those who endured real poverty rarely shake its memory. Charlie prefers to pour resources into perfecting each film. His silent creations, like Easy Street or The Immigrant, layer pratfalls with social commentary. Even as audiences howl with laughter, they glimpse heartbreak in the tramp's eyes, the reflection of a man who's known desperation. Critics praise his artistry, calling his work a blend of whimsy and empathy, a comedic mirror held up to the tumult of everyday life. However, just as he settles into his routine, a sudden shift occurs. The silent era stands on the verge of a seismic transformation, the invention of talkies. Some studios embrace recorded sound with giddy excitement, certain it will revolutionize film. Others fear it might cheapen the universal language of pantomime. Charlie watches these developments warily. His art relies on expressive gesture. Wouldn't spoken dialogue fragment the broad appeal that made the Tramp beloved worldwide? He's torn between clinging to silence and experimenting with sound. For a time, he sidesteps the issue by pushing silent film to new heights. Shoulder Arms, set amid the trenches of World War I, merges slapstick with the wartime satire, resonating with soldiers and families seeking a glimmer of hope in dark times. Audiences hail it as a testament to comedy's power to sustain morale. His studio becomes a bustling creative hive. Carpenters hammer away at elaborate sets, while musical directors work in tandem to ensure that live orchestras can perfectly underscore each comedic beat. As the 1920s roar on, silent cinema flowers, and Charlie stands at its pinnacle. Alongside other legends, he's revered for forging a distinct comedic grammar, close-ups that capture a flicker of pathos, comedic sequences that unfold like orchestrated ballets. Yet the clamour for sound intensifies. Films like The Jazz Singer stun Hollywood by demonstrating that moviegoers will pay to hear performers speak and sing. Investors in Charlie's ventures become restless, doubting his ability to navigate the new sonic storm. Unwilling to jump blindly, Charlie moves cautiously. His next major project, The Circus, remains silent, showcasing the Tramp amid lion cages and high-wire antics. The production is fraught. Financial woes, technical snags, and a dissolving marriage all burden Charlie's spirit. However, despite his constant editing and re-editing, the core of the comedy remains unwavering. When the film premieres in 1928, audiences roar with laughter and tears. For Charlie, it's validation that silence, if wielded thoughtfully, can still conquer hearts. Behind the scenes, he wrestles with personal turbulence. Tabloids feast on his tumultuous romances, painting him as both genius and scoundrel. Hollywood thrives on scandal, and Charlie's rising fame makes him a prime target. He yearns for a quiet refuge to develop his ideas without constant scrutiny. Instead, he juggles public expectations, legal entanglements, and the relentless pulse of show business. Though reclusive by nature, he forces himself to mingle at lavish parties, aware that isolation can be as perilous as exposure. Gradually, he warms to the possibilities of sound, provided it can enhance rather than overshadow the silent charms of his tramp. By the end of the decade, he's toying with the idea of partially synchronized scores, using orchestras and effects to accentuate, not replace, pantomime. The talkies persist in their assault, yet Charlie decides to confront them according to his own terms. His worldview insists that laughter needs no translation, that a raised eyebrow or sly grin can transcend barriers words might construct. As the 1930s approach, Charlie contemplates taking bolder risks. Silent shorts have sufficed thus far, but cinematic evolution beckons him to attempt larger, more cohesive stories. Society, too, is in flux, teetering from the affluence of the roaring 20s toward ominous economic shadows. If the tramp was once a whimsical figure scrounging for dignity, perhaps now he might speak for an entire generation on the brink of upheaval. Standing atop the industry he helped define, Charlie faces the question: how to keep silent film's poetic essence alive while stepping into a future brimming with sound. The Great Depression grinds the world down, yet Charlie presses on, determined to show that humour can still provide solace. Despite intensifying pressure to produce talkies, he chooses to release City Lights in 1931, nearly silent except for a musical score and a few sound effects. Many in Hollywood consider him foolhardy, warning that audiences now crave spoken dialogue. Charlie ignores them. The tale of the tramp and a blind flower girl unfolds in pantomime, underscored by poignant music. At the premiere, the audience's reaction is electric. Some weep, others cheer, but all rise to applaud a film that reaffirms silent cinema's unique power. Bolstered by City Lights, Charlie attempts a daring encore with Modern Times, released in 1936. Once again, the tramp remains essentially voiceless, caught in a whirlwind of assembly lines, gears, and mechanized modernity. The film skewers industrial dehumanization, reflecting the anxieties of a workforce battered by the Depression. As comedic as it is, Modern Times bristles with social commentary, drawing on Charlie's own memories of poverty. The final frame, with the tramp wandering an open road, suggests a blend of hope and uncertainty emblematic of the era. Yet the political climate darkens further. Totalitarian regimes rise in Europe and war clouds loom. Charlie, who has always viewed humour as a universal unifier, now feels compelled to act. He pours his energies into The Great Dictator, a bold satire targeting fascism. This time he speaks. Casting himself as both a ruthless dictator and a humble Jewish barber, he delivers monologues that lampoon tyranny and plead for common humanity. Critics wonder if the public will accept him in a role so overtly political. But upon its 1940 release, the film provokes huge debate and garners massive acclaim. The final speech, an impassioned call for empathy, becomes one of cinema's most memorable moments. This newfound outspokenness, however, places Charlie in the crosshairs of an American society entering a period of heightened paranoia. As war escalates, patriotism takes on rigid contours. Charlie's British citizenship and vocal opinions on global affairs spark suspicion. Gossip magazines spin narratives about his private life, labelling him a radical or worse. The FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, compiles files on him. His open disdain for bigotry and his sympathy for the underprivileged are recast by some as communist sympathies. Even so, Charlie clings to the belief that laughter can diffuse hatred. He attends charity events, pushes for war relief efforts, and speaks out against discrimination. Meanwhile, personal setbacks mount. Controversial relationships, painful fall, divorces, and grueling legal battles keep him in the headlines. He tries to shield his children from the spectacle, wrestling with the chasm between his comedic persona and the scrutiny that dogs him day and night. His extravagant lifestyle, once a symbol of success, now feeds criticism. Enemies portray him as an out-of-touch celebrity meddling in political issues. With the end of World War II, relief is short-lived. A fresh wave of suspicion engulfs Hollywood as the Cold War dawns. Government committees investigate subversive elements in entertainment, and Charlie's name surfaces repeatedly. He defends himself in newspapers, maintaining his stance that comedy must be free to question authority. Still, the tide of public opinion begins to shift. Audiences that once embraced his universal humour grow uneasy at the glare of controversy, leaving Charlie torn between speaking his conscience and preserving his beloved tramp's image. Under these pressures, he completes Monsieur Verdoux, a dark comedy exploring the ethics of murder for profit. Audiences, expecting playful slapstick, are jarred by the film's biting social commentary. Reviews are mixed, and critics argue over whether Charlie has gone too far. Some hail the film as bold satire, others label it unpatriotic. The box office takes a hit. Charlie notices that for the first time in decades his work struggles to find unqualified acclaim. Compounding his woes, the government questions his moral fitness to remain in the country. Departing for the European premiere of Limelight, he learns mid-voyage that his re-entry permit has been revoked. Effectively exiled from the nation where he built his career, Charlie grapples with the realization that the comedic persona cherished by millions has become politically untenable. Headlines proclaim him a banished provocateur, while supporters decry the move as an injustice. Stunned but unbowed, he settles in Switzerland, left to wonder how the tramp's gentle spirit led to such conflict. Switzerland's quiet lakes and lofty peaks become Charlie's new backdrop, a stark contrast to the glare of Hollywood Klieg lights. Denied re-entry to the United States, he settles with his family in a spacious estate, hoping to find peace. Yet even from this alpine refuge he feels the sting of exile. Newspapers worldwide clamour for comment on his banishment. Some condemn America's actions, seeing paranoia run amok. Others chastise Charlie for voicing political views that overstepped his comedic domain. Despite the swirl of controversy, he refuses to retire in bitterness. He channels his restless creativity into new projects, penning ideas for films and writing reflective articles. Time, once a scarce resource in Hollywood's ceaseless churn, now stretches out. He strolls through Swiss villages, occasionally recognised by locals. While no longer hounded by paparazzi, he senses the ache of severed roots. The nation he once considered a second home has slammed its doors, and he wonders if the tramp's universal appeal holds any sway in an era so divided by ideology. In 1957, Charlie releases A King in New York, a satirical jab at American commercialism and paranoia. Filmed in Europe, it portrays a dethroned monarch bewildered by a society obsessed with television ads and witch hunts. critics see a thinly veiled reflection of Charlie's own banishment. In America, distribution is spotty, with some theatres refusing to show the film. Overseas, it draws praise for its wit, if also sadness at how personal the subject matter feels. Through biting humour, Charlie processes his disillusionment. Meanwhile, his personal life finds stability with his wife, Una O'Neill, 2 decades his junior yet a nurturing presence. Their growing family fills the Swiss estate with laughter, a solace that eases the sting of isolation. Charlie's children know him as a sometimes strict, always imaginative father, who regales them with improvised pantomimes. He composes music and revisits past triumphs, gradually shaping the narrative that will become his autobiography. Though ostracised by some, he remains beloved by many abroad, receiving invitations to film retrospectives that hail him as a pioneer of cinematic art. Once McCarthyism fades, the political landscape shifts, leading revisionist perspectives to perceive Charlie's exile as a tragic overreach. Young critics rediscover his silent classics, enthralled by the physical genius that transcends language. University film clubs screen The Gold Rush and City Lights, sparking debates on how comedy can blend with social insight. Students pen essays dissecting the Tramp's endearing shuffle, passing each comedic beat as a subtle stand against tyranny and despair. As the 1960s roll into the 1970s, reverence for Charlie Chaplin swells anew. Hollywood, bruised by past fanaticism, grows eager to reconcile. In 1972, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences extends an olive branch, an honorary Oscar for his immeasurable contributions to film. Nervous yet touched, Charlie ventures back to the United States for the first time in 2 decades. Stepping onto the Oscar stage, he receives a prolonged standing ovation. Stars, directors, and longtime fans erupt in cheers, wiping tears as the once-shunned legend stands frail but dignified. Overcome, Charlie offers a humble bow, and for a moment it's as if the storms of suspicion and anger never raged. Returning to Switzerland, he lives out his final years in relative peace. While he continues to write, compose, and occasionally entertain friends with impromptu routines, his days of cinematic glory are largely behind him. Yet the world refuses to forget his legacy. Fans from every continent make pilgrimages to pay homage, some leaving heartfelt letters at his gate. They speak of how the Tramp's comedic resilience gave them hope in hard times. Charlie's eyes still light up at the notion that simple pantomime can thread together disparate souls. On Christmas Day 1977, Charlie Chaplin sadly passed away in his sleep. Tributes poured in, bridging cultural divides that once loomed so large. No one can deny the colossal imprint he left on cinema, and on laughter itself. Across decades of triumph, scandal, and exile, he insisted that humour was more than escapism. It was a lifeline, a mirror, a gentle nudge toward empathy. From the cramped tenements of South London to sold-out theatres around the globe, Charlie's journey testified that even the humblest beginnings can spark a revolution of joy. The Tramp, that perpetual underdog, endures as a symbol of resilience in a world quick to judge and slow to forgive. And in the hush that follows his passing, countless admirers recall the quiet dignity and timeless mischief of man who spoke volumes, whether he chose to speak aloud or not. The story of Omaha Beach begins with the broader context of World War II, a conflict that had engulfed the globe by the early 1940s. After the fall of France to Nazi Germany in 1940, much of Western Europe lay under German occupation. Britain stood alone as the last bastion of resistance in Western Europe, facing the might of the German Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain and enduring relentless bombing during the Blitz. Despite these challenges, Britain, under the leadership of Winston Churchill, refused to capitulate. Across the Atlantic, the United States had initially maintained a policy of neutrality, focusing on domestic recovery from the Great Depression. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought the United States into the war, joining the Allies in their struggle against the Axis powers. The United States, with its vast industrial capacity and manpower, became a crucial partner in the fight to liberate Europe. By 1942, the Allies faced the daunting task of planning a full-scale invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe. This effort, known as Operation Overlord, aimed to establish a foothold in France, opening a western front to relieve pressure on the Soviet Union, which was bearing the brunt of the fighting on the Eastern Front. The operation would require meticulous planning, vast resources, and extraordinary bravery. The invasion was scheduled for June 1944 and would take place along a 50-mile stretch of coastline in Normandy, France. The beaches were divided into 5 sectors: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. Each sector had its own challenges, but Omaha Beach, assigned to American forces, was considered one of the most heavily defended and treacherous. The Germans, anticipating an Allied invasion, had fortified the French coastline with a series of defensive structures known as the Atlantic Wall. This formidable barrier included concrete bunkers, artillery emplacements, barbed wire, minefields, and anti-tank obstacles. Omaha Beach, with its high bluffs overlooking the shoreline, offered a natural defensive advantage to the German forces. The beach was defended by the 352nd Infantry Division, a well-trained and battle-hardened unit. The Allies knew that success at Omaha Beach would be crucial to the overall success of Operation Overlord. The beach provided a direct route inland to key roads and towns, making it essential for securing the Normandy region. Failure to take Omaha Beach could jeopardize the entire invasion and prolong the war. On the night of June 5, 1944, a massive Allied armada gathered off the coast of Normandy. Over 5,000 ships carrying troops, vehicles, and supplies prepared to launch the largest amphibious invasion in history. The force included American, British, Canadian, and other Allied troops, all united in their mission to liberate Europe from Nazi tyranny. As dawn broke on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, the invasion began. The assault on Omaha Beach involved 2 American divisions, the 1st Infantry Division, known as the Big Red One, and the 29th Infantry Division. These soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, faced a harrowing task. The first waves of troops landed at Omaha Beach under intense enemy fire. The Germans, positioned in fortified bunkers and machine gun nests, rained bullets and artillery shells on the landing craft and soldiers. Many of the landing craft were destroyed before they reached the shore, and those who made it to the beach faced a deadly gauntlet of obstacles and firepower. The terrain at Omaha Beach added to the challenges. The wide, open beach provided little cover, and the high bluffs allowed German forces to fire down on the exposed American troops. The rising tide threatened to engulf the soldiers and their equipment, adding another layer of urgency to the battle. Despite these overwhelming odds, the American soldiers displayed extraordinary bravery and determination. Small groups of men began to push forward, finding gaps in the German defences and scaling the bluffs. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear obstacles and minefields, enabling reinforcements to reach the beach. By mid-morning, the tide of the battle began to turn. Reinforcements from subsequent waves brought additional manpower and firepower to the fight. Naval bombardments and airstrikes targeted German positions, weakening their defences. Slowly but steadily, the Americans gained ground, overcoming the formidable obstacles and breaking through the Atlantic Wall. By the end of the day, the American forces had secured a foothold at Omaha Beach, but the cost was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making Omaha Beach the bloodiest of the 5 D-Day beaches. The sacrifices of these men were not in vain, as their efforts paved the way for the liberation of Normandy and, ultimately, the defeat of Nazi Germany. The success at Omaha Beach and the broader D-Day invasion marked a turning point in World War II. The Allies established a strong presence in Normandy, which allowed them to launch further offensives into France and beyond. Within weeks, Paris was liberated, and the momentum of the war shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. The Battle of Omaha Beach is remembered as a testament to the courage and resilience of those who fought and sacrificed for freedom. The stories of individual heroism and collective determination continue to inspire generations. reminding us of the cost of war and the enduring value of liberty. Today, the beaches of Normandy are peaceful, their sands washed clean by the tides of time. Memorials and cemeteries stand as solemn reminders of the events of June 6, 1944, honouring the men who gave their lives in the name of freedom. The legacy of Omaha Beach lives on, a symbol of unity, sacrifice, and the indomitable human spirit. As you reflect on this story, imagine the quiet shores of Normandy under a starlit sky, the waves gently lapping at the sands that once bore witness to such bravery. Let the memory of those who fought and fell remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. As the day of June 6, 1944, unfolded at Omaha Beach, the battle continued with relentless intensity. The early waves of American troops had endured devastating losses. Many soldiers never even made it off their landing craft, while others were cut down as they stepped onto the beach. The chaos and carnage of those first hours were overwhelming, with confusion reigning among the survivors as they sought to find cover and organize. The German defenders, positioned in fortified bunkers and pillboxes, maintained a near-constant stream of fire. Machine guns swept the open sands, mortars exploded among the soldiers, and artillery from the high bluffs pounded the beachhead. These fortifications had been meticulously planned, with interlocking fields of fire and overlapping lines of defence, making it nearly impossible for large groups of soldiers to advance without suffering heavy casualties. The Americans faced logistical challenges as well. Many of the tanks and heavy equipment intended to support the landing were lost at sea due to rough waters and enemy fire. The soldiers were left with little more than their rifles, grenades, and sheer determination to overcome the formidable obstacles ahead. The landing beach itself was littered with debris, destroyed landing craft, abandoned equipment, and the bodies of fallen comrades, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yet, amidst this chaos, small pockets of resistance began to form. Groups of soldiers, often led by junior officers or non-commissioned officers, rallied together and started pushing forward. These men displayed extraordinary courage, braving machine gun fire and mortar shells to advance toward the German positions. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear paths through the beach obstacles, blowing gaps in the barbed wire and clearing mines under heavy fire. One of the pivotal moments of the battle came when soldiers began scaling the bluffs that loomed over the beach. Using ropes, ladders, and sheer grit, they climbed the steep slopes to reach the German positions at the top. The fighting here was brutal and close quarters, with soldiers engaging the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Slowly but surely, the Americans began to neutralize the German bunkers and gun emplacements, thus weakening the enemy's defensive hold on the beach. The turning point at Omaha Beach was also aided by naval support. Realizing the dire situation on the beach, American naval commanders ordered their ships to move closer to shore, despite the risk of running aground. From these positions, the ships unleashed a barrage of firepower, targeting the German fortifications with their heavy guns. These naval bombardments played a crucial role in suppressing the enemy defences, allowing the soldiers on the ground to advance. By the afternoon, the tide of the battle had shifted. Reinforcements from later waves brought fresh troops and supplies to the beach, bolstering the American effort. The German defenders, though still fighting fiercely, began to falter under the relentless pressure. The combination of infantry assaults, naval bombardments, and air support gradually broke the German lines. By nightfall, the Americans had established a tenuous foothold at Omaha Beach. The high bluffs, once a symbol of the German dominance, were now under American control. From this vantage point, the troops could push inland, linking up with forces from the other landing beaches and beginning the liberation of Normandy. The cost of victory at Omaha Beach was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making it one of the bloodiest battles of D-Day. The courage and sacrifice of these men, however, paved the way for the success of the entire invasion. Their actions ensured that the Allies could establish a strong presence in Normandy, a crucial step toward defeating Nazi Germany. In the days that followed, the Americans worked to consolidate their position at Omaha Beach. Supply lines were established, reinforcements poured in, and the beachhead became a staging ground for further operations. The success of D-Day marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany, as Allied forces pushed inland and liberated towns and cities across France. The Battle of Omaha Beach remains one of the most iconic and studied engagements of World War II. It exemplifies the extraordinary bravery, determination, and resilience of the soldiers who fought there. Their sacrifices remind us of the cost of freedom and the enduring power of unity in the face of adversity. Today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and remembrance. The sands that once bore witness to such intense combat are now quiet, visited by people from around the world who come to pay their respects. The Normandy American Cemetery, overlooking the beach, stands as a solemn tribute to the thousands of soldiers who gave their lives on D-Day. As you think about the events of Omaha Beach, imagine the courage it took for those soldiers to face such overwhelming odds. Picture the determination of the men scaling the bluffs, the resolve of the engineers clearing obstacles, and the bravery of the naval crews providing support. Let their sacrifices fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. The story of Omaha Beach is not just one of extraordinary bravery and resilience. It is also a tale of lessons learned and strategies developed that would influence the remainder of World War II. The success of D-Day, including the hard-fought victory at Omaha Beach, gave the Allies a critical foothold in Western Europe, but it also came with a significant cost, offering lessons in leadership, logistics, and the nature of modern warfare. In the days and weeks following June 6, 1944, the Allies worked tirelessly to solidify their positions in Normandy. Omaha Beach, alongside the other 4 landing beaches, became a vital supply hub for the Allied forces. Engineers constructed artificial harbours, known as mulberry harbours, to facilitate the unloading of troops, vehicles and supplies. These floating piers were a marvel of engineering and a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Allied effort. With the beachhead secured, the Allies pushed inland, encountering fierce resistance from German forces. The bocage, the dense hedgerows that characterised the Normandy countryside, proved to be a significant obstacle, offering German defenders natural cover and making it difficult for Allied tanks and infantry to advance. Despite these challenges, the Allies pressed forward, liberating towns and villages one by one. Omaha Beach's role in the larger Normandy campaign cannot be overstated. It served as a crucial link between the various sectors of the invasion, allowing the Allies to coordinate their movements and reinforce their lines. The capture of Omaha Beach also enabled the Allies to connect with the airborne divisions that had landed further inland, creating a unified front that could push the Germans back. The success of the Normandy campaign eventually led to the liberation of Paris in August 1944. The victory at Omaha Beach and the other landing sites had set the stage for this momentous achievement, giving the Allies the momentum they needed to continue their advance across France and into Germany. By opening a western front, the Allies forced the Germans to fight on multiple fronts, stretching their resources and hastening the collapse of the Nazi regime. For the soldiers who fought at Omaha Beach, the experience left an indelible mark. Many of the survivors carried the memories of that harrowing day for the rest of their lives. Their stories, filled with moments of terror, heroism, and camaraderie, provide invaluable insights into the human cost of war. These first-hand accounts have been passed down through generations, ensuring that the sacrifices made on that stretch of sand are never forgotten. The legacy of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It serves as a reminder of the importance of unity and collaboration in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. The D-Day invasion was a joint effort involving not just American forces but also British, Canadian and other Allied troops. Their collective determination and shared purpose exemplify the power of working together for a common goal. In the years following World War II, Omaha Beach became a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. Memorials and cemeteries were established to honour the fallen, and annual commemorations bring together veterans, their families, and people from around the world to reflect on the events of June 6, 1944. The beach itself, now peaceful and serene, offers a stark contrast to the chaos and violence of that day, serving as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom. The Battle of Omaha Beach also holds important lessons for future generations. It underscores the importance of preparation, adaptability, and resolve in the face of adversity. The soldiers who fought there demonstrated extraordinary courage, refusing to give up despite overwhelming odds. Their example inspires us to persevere through challenges and to value the freedoms and opportunities that others have fought to secure. As you reflect on the story of Omaha Beach, imagine the waves gently lapping against the shore, the sands now quiet and still. Think of the soldiers who stepped onto that beach, knowing the dangers that awaited them, yet pressing forward with unwavering determination. Let their bravery and sacrifice remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. The legacy of Omaha Beach continues to resonate far beyond the shores of Normandy. It stands as a testament to the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought, and as a reminder of the profound impact of collective action in the pursuit of freedom. While the battle itself ended on June 6, 1944, its implications echoed throughout the remainder of the war and the decades that followed. In the immediate aftermath of the D-Day invasion, the Allies faced the monumental task of consolidating their gains and pushing further into German-occupied territory. The soldiers at Omaha Beach were soon joined by reinforcements, swelling the ranks and ensuring that the beachhead could serve as a staging ground for subsequent offensives. Supplies poured in through makeshift ports and logistical hubs, enabling the Allied forces to maintain their momentum. The capture of Omaha Beach, alongside the other landing sites, directly contributed to the liberation of Normandy. The fighting that followed was grueling, with both sides suffering heavy losses as they contested every inch of ground. The hedgerows of the bocage proved to be as challenging as the bluffs of Omaha Beach, with their dense vegetation providing ample cover for German defenders. Despite this, the Allies persevered, employing innovative tactics and overwhelming firepower to overcome the obstacles. One of the critical outcomes of the battle was the establishment of a Western Front. This forced Germany to split its resources, fighting the Allies in the west while continuing to battle the Soviet Union in the east. The strain of this two-front war proved too much for the Nazi regime, hastening its eventual collapse. The victory at Omaha Beach also had a profound psychological impact. For the Allied forces, it was a demonstration of their ability to achieve what many had thought impossible. The success of the invasion bolstered morale and provided a sense of hope for a future free from tyranny. For the German forces, it marked the beginning of the end, as the once impregnable Atlantic Wall had been breached, and the tide of the war was turning decisively against them. As the Allies advanced across France, the significance of Omaha Beach became even more apparent. It was not just a battle, but a gateway, an entry point for liberation. Towns and cities that had suffered under German occupation were freed, and the French people began to rebuild their lives. By August 1944, Paris was liberated, a moment that symbolized the triumph of the Allied cause and the resilience of the human spirit. In the broader context of World War II, Omaha Beach serves as a reminder of the high stakes and immense sacrifices involved in the fight against fascism. The lessons learned there informed Allied strategy in subsequent campaigns, from the push into Germany to the eventual victory in Europe in May 1945. The story of Omaha Beach has also left an indelible mark on culture and memory. Films, books, and documentaries have brought the events of D-Day to life for new generations, ensuring that the bravery and sacrifices of those who fought are never forgotten. Veterans who survived the battle have shared their stories, offering invaluable insights into the human experience of war. For those who visit Normandy today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and reverence. The rows of white crosses at the Normandy American Cemetery stand as a poignant reminder of the lives lost. The monuments and museums tell the story of the battle, preserving its legacy for future generations. Walking along the beach, one can still see remnants of the landing, from scattered artifacts to the rusted remains of bunkers and defences. The impact of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It reminds us of the power of unity, the importance of standing up against injustice, and the strength that comes from working together toward a common goal. It also serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remember the cost of war and the value of peace. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the bravery of those who fought at Omaha Beach. Imagine the waves gently washing over the sands, erasing the scars of battle, but never the memory of what took place there. Let their sacrifices inspire you to cherish the freedoms we enjoy today, and to strive for a future where such sacrifices are no longer necessary. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15th, 1769, on the island of Corsica, a small but strategically significant island in the Mediterranean. His family was of minor nobility, with his father, Carlo Bonaparte, serving as a lawyer and political representative for Corsica. Despite their noble status, the Bonaparte family was not wealthy, and young Napoleon grew up in a modest household. Napoleon's childhood was shaped by the unique blend of Corsican pride and French influence that surrounded him. Corsica had been acquired by France shortly before his birth, and the island's culture reflected a mix of independence and French authority. From an early age, Napoleon displayed a keen intellect and a fiery determination. He excelled in his studies, particularly in mathematics and history, which would later serve him well in his military career. At the age of 9, Napoleon left Corsica to attend school in mainland France. His father had secured a scholarship for him to study at a prestigious military academy, where he trained to become an artillery officer. This period of his life was not without challenges. As a Corsican in a French institution, Napoleon often faced discrimination from his peers, yet he remained focused on his goals, using his intelligence and discipline to rise above the prejudice. Napoleon graduated from the École Militaire in Paris at the age of 16, becoming a second lieutenant in the French army. He began his career at a time of great upheaval. The French Revolution was transforming the nation, dismantling the old monarchy and reshaping France into a republic. For Napoleon, this period of political and social turmoil presented both challenges and opportunities. During the Revolution, Napoleon's strategic brilliance began to emerge. His first major success came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793. As a young officer, he devised a bold plan to capture the city, which was held by royalist forces supported by the British. His strategy was a resounding success, earning him recognition and promotion. Napoleon's star was rising, and his ability to combine tactical innovation with decisive action became his hallmark. In 1796, Napoleon was given command of the French army of Italy. This was his first significant leadership role, and he wasted no time in proving his abilities. Despite being outnumbered and poorly equipped, Napoleon led his troops to a series of stunning victories against Austrian and Piedmontese forces. His Italian campaign not only solidified his reputation as a military genius, but also brought him wealth and fame. Napoleon's rise to power was meteoric, and by 1799 he had become one of the most influential figures in France. That year, he staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the government and establishing himself as first consul. This marked the beginning of his rule and set the stage for his transformation of France. As ruler, Napoleon implemented sweeping reforms. He reorganized the French government, established the Napoleonic Code, a legal framework that influenced legal systems worldwide, and strengthened the country's finances. He also invested in infrastructure, education and the arts, leaving a lasting legacy on French society. In 1804, Napoleon declared himself Emperor of France. The coronation ceremony was a grand and symbolic event. with Napoleon famously placing the crown on his own head, a gesture that underscored his belief in self-made power. As emperor, Napoleon expanded his ambitions beyond France, embarking on campaigns that would change the map of Europe. The Napoleonic Wars were a series of conflicts that pitted France against a coalition of European powers. These wars showcased Napoleon's strategic brilliance and determination, but they also tested his limits. His victories at battles like Austerlitz and Jena cemented his reputation as one of history's greatest military commanders. However, his campaigns also came at a great cost, both in lives and in resources. One of the most ambitious and ultimately disastrous undertakings of Napoleon's career was the invasion of Russia in 1812. Initially, he achieved some success, but the campaign turned into a nightmare as his army faced harsh winter conditions, dwindling supplies, and fierce resistance from Russian forces. The retreat from Moscow was a devastating blow, marking a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. Despite setbacks, Napoleon's resilience and charisma kept him in power for a time. However, by 1814, his enemies had formed a powerful coalition, and Paris was captured. Napoleon was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the island of Elba. Yet, even in defeat, his determination remained unshaken. Less than a year later, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, rallying support and reclaiming his position as emperor during what became known as the 100 Days. Napoleon's final chapter unfolded at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Facing a coalition led by the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army, Napoleon fought valiantly but was ultimately defeated. This marked the end of his reign and his dreams of empire. He was exiled once more, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. On St. Helena, Napoleon spent the final years of his life in relative isolation. He reflected on his legacy, dictating memoirs that recounted his achievements and offered insights into his thoughts and motivations. He died on May 5th, 1821, at the age of 51. While his life ended in exile, his impact on history was indelible. Napoleon's story is one of contrasts, a man of great ambition and intellect who reshaped Europe, yet whose relentless pursuit of power ultimately led to his downfall. His legacy is a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring influence of vision and determination. As you reflect on Napoleon's journey, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a state of relaxation. His life, filled with triumphs and challenges, serves as a reminder that greatness often comes with both light and shadow. Imagine the quiet halls of the École Militaire, where a young Napoleon first honed his skills, or the grand boulevards of Paris during his reign. Picture the serene beaches of Corsica, where his journey began, and the windswept shores of St. Helena, where it ended. These images, filled with history and humanity, bring a sense of peace and connection. As the gentle narrative of Napoleon's life carries you further into relaxation, consider the enduring lessons his story offers. His life was a testament to the power of vision, determination, and adaptability. From the shores of Corsica to the grand battlefields of Europe, Napoleon's journey was one of extraordinary highs and profound lows, each moment shaping his legacy and the world around him. Imagine the streets of Paris during the height of Napoleon's rule, bustling with activity as citizens moved through a city transformed by his reforms. The grand architecture, the sounds of carriages, and the whispers of admiration for the leader who had reshaped France into a powerful empire fill the air. Napoleon's vision for his country was ambitious, rooted in the belief that strong leadership and progressive policies could bring unity and prosperity. Napoleon's Napoleonic Code, one of his most enduring achievements, remains a symbol of his commitment to order and justice. By creating a clear and organized legal framework, he provided a foundation for modern law that still influences societies worldwide. This accomplishment reflects his ability to think beyond the immediate and to consider the lasting impact of his actions, a hallmark of great leadership. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, picture the vast and open battlefields where Napoleon's strategies unfolded. His ability to read a situation, adapt to challenges, and inspire his troops set him apart as a military genius. Yet these victories came with sacrifices, reminding us that even the greatest achievements carry weight and consequence. Let this thought settle into your mind as a reminder of the complexities of life and the balance required in pursuit of success. As the night deepens, imagine the quiet solitude of Napoleon's exile on St. Helena. The crashing waves against the rocky shores and the distant horizon create a peaceful yet contemplative scene. In these final years, Napoleon reflected on his life, his choices, and his impact on the world. His memoirs, filled with introspection and insight, reveal a man who, despite his flaws, remained dedicated to the ideals of progress and legacy. Feel the calm and serenity of this moment as you think about Napoleon's resilience. Even in defeat, he maintained his dignity and continued to shape his story. His ability to adapt, to rise again, and to reflect on his journey offers a powerful lesson about perseverance and the human spirit. Picture Napoleon's childhood in Corsica, the simplicity of life on the island, and the spark of ambition that drove him to dream of a future beyond its shores. His journey reminds us that greatness often begins with humble beginnings, and that with determination we can overcome the obstacles that stand in our way. As you relax further, imagine the quiet moments Napoleon spent in thought, planning his next move or contemplating the lessons of the past. These moments of reflection, like the ones we take before sleep, are a chance to find clarity and purpose in our lives. Let the story of Napoleon inspire you to approach each challenge with courage and each success with humility. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte is not just one of conquest and power. It is a story of vision, resilience, and humanity. His life teaches us that even the most ambitious dreams are within reach if we are willing to work for them, and that true greatness lies in the ability to adapt, learn, and persevere. The soothing rhythm of Napoleon's story continues, so let it guide you deeper into a state of calm and rest. His life, with all its triumphs and trials, serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring power of ambition tempered by reflection. Each chapter of his journey holds lessons about perseverance, the importance of vision, and the balance required in any great endeavour. Picture Napoleon in one of his most iconic moments, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield at Austerlitz. The early morning fog begins to lift, revealing the vast armies below. His mind is sharp, calculating and focused as he directs his troops with precision and confidence. This scene encapsulates the essence of Napoleon as a leader, decisive, strategic, and unwavering in his belief in victory. Let this image remind you of the power of clarity and focus, qualities that can guide us even in the most challenging situations. Now shift your thoughts to the quieter moments of Napoleon's life, moments spent in introspection and planning. Perhaps he's seated at a desk, surrounded by maps and letters, the flicker of a candle casting a soft glow on his face. These moments of preparation and thoughtfulness were the foundation of his successes, showing that even the most remarkable achievements begin with careful planning and deliberate action. While you relax further, imagine the streets of Paris once more, this time during Napoleon's grand coronation as emperor. The city buzzes with excitement and anticipation, the sounds of trumpets echoing through the air as crowds gather to witness history being made. Napoleon, ever the symbol of self-determination, places the crown upon his own head, a gesture that speaks to his belief in shaping his own destiny. This powerful act reminds us of the importance of taking charge of our lives and pursuing our goals with determination. From the grandeur of Paris to the stark solitude of St. Helena, Napoleon's life was filled with contrasts. His journey teaches us to embrace both the victories and the setbacks, to find strength in our resilience, and to learn from every experience. The quiet reflection of his later years offers a poignant reminder that even in solitude, there is value in contemplating our legacy and the impact we leave behind. Imagine Napoleon walking along the shores of St. Helena, the waves gently lapping at the rocky coastline. The horizon stretches endlessly before him, a symbol of both the limits of his exile and the boundless scope of his influence. In this serene moment, there is a sense of acceptance and peace, a reminder that even the most ambitious lives eventually find stillness. While you drift further into sleep, let the echoes of Napoleon's life guide your dreams. His journey, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, is a testament to the power of vision, courage, and reflection. His story reminds us that greatness is not measured solely by success, but by the depth of our character and the impact we have on the world around us. As the narrative of Napoleon's life gently lingers, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. His story, so full of ambition, brilliance, and humanity, is a powerful reminder of the potential that lies within all of us. Napoleon's determination to rise above his circumstances and his willingness to face challenges head-on show us the value of perseverance and the strength that comes from unwavering resolve. The simplicity of Napoleon's early life on Corsica, an island of rugged beauty and quiet charm. As a young boy, he roamed the hills, his mind already filled with dreams of greatness. The sound of the sea, the scent of the olive trees, and the warmth of the Corsican sun shaped the foundation of the man he would become. These early days remind us of the power of humble beginnings and how even the most unassuming origins can lead to extraordinary paths. As Napoleon grew into a young man, his move to France marked the beginning of his transformation. At the military academy, he honed his skills, his discipline setting him apart. Despite facing prejudice as a Corsican, he remained focused on his goals, showing a resilience that would define his career. These formative years teach us the importance of persistence and the ability to adapt in the face of adversity. Now let your thoughts drift to the grand halls of the French court during Napoleon's rise to power. Imagine the opulence, the polished marble floors, and the chandeliers casting their light across a room filled with dignitaries and leaders. In this environment, Napoleon's intellect and charisma shone brightly, propelling him to heights few could have imagined. His rise reminds us of the importance of self-belief and the courage to seize opportunities. Even in moments of defeat, Napoleon demonstrated a remarkable ability to reflect and regroup. The exile to Elba could have been the end of his story, but instead he used it as a time to plan his return. His resilience during the 100 Days, when he reclaimed his empire, speaks to his determination to fight for what he believed in, even against overwhelming odds. As you relax further, imagine the quiet dignity of Napoleon's final years on St. Helena. The isolation of the island offered him time to reflect on his life, his choices, and his legacy. The crashing waves and the vast expanse of the ocean became the backdrop to his thoughts. In his solitude, he dictated memoirs that revealed not only his strategic mind, but also his humanity. This chapter of his life reminds us of the value of introspection and the importance of finding peace within ourselves. Feel the calm and stillness of this moment as the story of Napoleon carries you into a deep, peaceful sleep. His life, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, serves as a reminder that greatness lies not just in what we accomplish, but in how we face the challenges along the way. With the night embracing us, let the echoes of Napoleon's journey fill your dreams. Imagine the vast battlefields, the bustling streets of Paris, and the quiet shores of St. Helena, each scene a testament to the resilience and complexity of his life. His story reminds us that every step of the journey, whether triumphant or challenging, shapes who we are and leaves a legacy that endures. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, Constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban, this cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer. Cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls, in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realise that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, The Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower, as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Lemaire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape, and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme, failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark: André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalising phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly. But some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, there was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognised the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable. Even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter, there was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door. So he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one, but two gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control, so... One evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognised him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. To surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, and art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact: the throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost. Yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry maneuvers. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by the scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once-beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskynesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River. where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians. who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him, that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. over centuries. The raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination, it was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasized in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ's College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals, and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environments surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work, On the Origin of Species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognizing the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life, including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers, and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology, and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence, rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior in the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, his perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world, a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political, and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition. It was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different, because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God, but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion, and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, The death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorizing. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook, detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognized that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future. His passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of Bat brownstone and in the country fields where he worked to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth, She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip, even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, The light has gone out of my life. This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognised a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernisation of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognised that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbour in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organised the first US Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realise is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valour. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defence but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, a nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island. The early 17th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, principalities, and religious divides. At the heart of this patchwork lay the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and fragmented realm that stretched across much of Central Europe. For centuries, tensions simmered beneath the surface, as Catholic and Protestant states vied for power, influence, and the right to practice their faith freely. The spark that ignited this long and devastating conflict came in the form of a defiant act in the city of Prague. In 1618, Protestant nobles in Bohemia, angered by perceived restrictions on their religious freedoms under Emperor Ferdinand II, staged a dramatic rebellion. They stormed Prague Castle, seized 2 imperial officials, and hurled them out of a window in an event known as the Defenestration of Prague. Miraculously, the officials survived the fall, but the act was a clear declaration of defiance. This single moment set off a chain reaction, like ripples spreading across a still pond. Ferdinand II, a staunch Catholic, saw the rebellion as a direct challenge to his authority in the Catholic Church. Determined to restore order and Catholic dominance, he mobilized his forces, while Protestant leaders across the empire began rallying their allies in preparation for a larger struggle. What began as a localized conflict in Bohemia quickly escalated into a broader war. Drawing in neighboring regions and foreign powers, Protestant princes sought support from allies in Denmark, Sweden and beyond, while Catholic states turned to Spain and the powerful Habsburg dynasty for aid. The war was no longer just about Bohemia. It had become a contest of religion, politics and territorial ambition. As the conflict unfolded, it became clear that this was not a war of quick resolutions. The early battles were fierce yet inconclusive, leaving both sides entrenched in their positions and more determined than ever to secure victory. The countryside began to bear the scars of the war. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. The 30 Years' War was born out of these divisions, and its origins reveal much about the fragile balance of power and belief in Europe at the time. It was a conflict rooted in faith, but also fueled by ambition and fear, a perfect storm that would rage for decades. Take a moment to absorb this beginning, the first ripples of what would become a vast and relentless storm. As we move forward, the intricate web of alliances, battles and betrayals will unfold. But for now, let the gravity of this moment settle, a reminder of how one act of defiance can echo across history. As the conflict in Bohemia ignited, the deeper fault lines of Europe's religious divide began to widen, casting a shadow over the entire continent. At its core, the 30 Years' War was fueled by the tensions between Catholics and Protestants, a struggle that had simmered since the Reformation in the 16th century. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had attempted to create harmony by allowing rulers within the Holy Roman Empire to determine their state's religion, whether Catholic or Lutheran. Yet this fragile peace left many unresolved issues, particularly with the rise of Calvinism, a branch of Protestantism that had not been recognised in the agreement. As Calvinist states gained influence, the Catholic Habsburg rulers viewed them as a threat. Their growing presence felt like a challenge to the established order. When Ferdinand II ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, he was determined to restore Catholic dominance. His unwavering faith and aggressive policies further inflamed tensions, especially among Protestant states that viewed him as a tyrant bent on crushing their freedoms. Ferdinand's allies in Spain and the papacy provided him with support, reinforcing the Catholic position with resources and manpower. On the other side, the Protestant Union, a coalition of Protestant princes, mobilized to resist Ferdinand's ambitions. They sought aid from Protestant powers beyond the empire, including Denmark, Sweden and England. These nations saw the conflict not only as a religious struggle, but also as an opportunity to weaken the Habsburgs and expand their own influence. The war spread beyond Bohemia, spilling into regions such as the Palatinate, Saxony and Bavaria. Each new front brought devastation to towns and villages, as armies marched across the countryside, leaving destruction in their wake. The brutality of the conflict became evident in battles such as the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, a crushing defeat for the Protestants that marked the beginning of Ferdinand's efforts to reassert Catholic control. But despite Catholic victories in the early years, the war refused to subside. Protestant leaders rallied, drawing on the resources and military expertise of their allies. Sweden, under King Gustavus Adolphus, emerged as a formidable force. His disciplined armies breathed new life into the Protestant cause. The balance of power began to shift and the war escalated further. This was no longer a simple struggle between Catholics and Protestants. It became a war of ambition and survival. Smaller states and mercenary armies joined the fray, drawn by promises of plunder and pay. The war became a theatre of chaos, where alliances shifted and even traditional enemies found themselves fighting side by side in pursuit of their goals. As the conflict deepened, it transformed the very nature of warfare. The 30 Years' War was one of the first conflicts where civilian populations suffered as much as, if not more than, the soldiers. Famine, disease, and displacement became common, as entire communities were uprooted or destroyed. The war's religious roots became intertwined with the politics of power, and its escalation revealed the fragility of peace in a divided world. As we move to the next chapter, consider the human cost of these divisions, the lives touched by a conflict that seemed endless, yet always teetered on the edge of resolution. By the late 1620s, the Protestant cause seemed to falter, their forces weakened by defeats and dwindling alliances. But the entry of Sweden into the war, under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, marked a turning point that would reshape the conflict. Gustavus Adolphus was not just a ruler, he was a visionary military leader whose innovations in strategy and tactics would leave a lasting legacy on warfare. Gustavus Adolphus believed deeply in the Protestant cause, but his intervention was also driven by Sweden's strategic interests. The Habsburgs' growing influence threatened Swedish dominance in the Baltic region, making the 30 Years' War a matter of survival and sovereignty for his nation. With the backing of France, which sought to undermine Habsburg power despite being Catholic, Sweden entered the fray in 1630, bringing with it a disciplined and modernized army. The Swedish forces brought a new energy to the Protestant struggle. Gustavus Adolphus introduced revolutionary military tactics, emphasizing mobility, coordination, and the use of combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a cohesive fighting force. These methods gave his troops a significant edge over the larger but less organized armies of the Catholic League. The Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 was a defining moment, a stunning victory for the Swedes and their Protestant allies. Gustavus Adolphus's army decimated the Catholic forces, demonstrating the effectiveness of his strategies. This victory not only bolstered Protestant morale, but also drew new allies to their cause, shifting the balance of power in the war. Under Gustavus Adolphus's leadership, the Protestant forces began to reclaim territory lost in earlier phases of the war. They advanced deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, challenging Ferdinand II's dominance and threatening the stability of the Habsburg realms. Gustavus Adolphus's charisma and tactical brilliance earned him the loyalty of his troops and the respect of his enemies. But his triumphs were not without cost. In 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus Adolphus achieved another critical victory, but lost his life in the process. His death was a severe blow to the Protestant cause, yet his legacy endured. The momentum he had generated allowed Sweden to remain a dominant force in the war, and his military innovations continued to influence the strategies of both sides. As Sweden's intervention reshaped the war, the conflict grew even more complex. Religious divides began to blur as political ambitions took centre stage, with Catholic France supporting Protestant Sweden to counterbalance Habsburg power. This shifting landscape of alliances revealed the deeper currents driving the war, a struggle not just of faith, but of power and control over Europe's future. Gustavus Adolphus's role in the 30 Years' War is a testament to the transformative power of leadership and innovation. His contributions brought hope to a fractured alliance and altered the course of a seemingly endless conflict. Yet, his death also reminded the world of the fleeting nature of triumph in the face of war's relentless toll. As we prepare to move to the next chapter, take a moment to reflect on the determination and vision it takes to bring change amid chaos. In the darkest times, even a single leader can leave an indelible mark, and yet the storm of history moves forward, carrying all in its wake. As the 30 Years' War stretched into its second decade, the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, engulfing nearly all of Europe in its relentless grasp. Nations that had once remained on the sidelines found themselves drawn into the fray, whether by alliances, ambitions, or the sheer inevitability of the war's momentum. The entry of France in 1635 marked a dramatic shift. Though a Catholic nation, France allied with Protestant powers like Sweden to counterbalance the Habsburgs' influence. This decision underscored how the war had evolved from a religious conflict into a broader struggle for political dominance in Europe. The stage was set for what would become one of the most destructive periods of the war. As alliances grew ever more complex and battles became increasingly brutal. Across the continent, the toll of the war was staggering. Cities were besieged and burned. Fields were left barren and lifeless, and villages were emptied as civilians fled the advancing armies. Mercenary forces, often poorly paid and motivated by survival, resorted to pillaging and looting, leaving devastation in their wake. Famine and disease swept through war-torn regions, taking more lives than the battles themselves. As you listen to this story, let the gravity of these events drift gently through your thoughts, but not linger. Imagine the chaos of the time slowly fading into the background, replaced by a sense of quiet reflection. Feel the weight of the war's hardship giving way to an understanding of resilience, a reminder of humanity's enduring strength even in its darkest hours. The conflict's scope seemed endless, with battles erupting in regions as far-reaching as the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. Yet amid the turmoil, moments of diplomacy and negotiation emerged, offering brief glimpses of hope. Peace talks began to take shape, though they were slow and fraught with challenges, reflecting the deep divisions and mistrust among the warring parties. Let these moments of negotiation remind you that even in the midst of chaos, there are always efforts toward resolution. Allow yourself to relax further, your breath steady and calm, as if tracing the contours of history's slow march toward peace. As we move deeper into the story, the resilience of the people and the shifting tides of war remind us of the impermanence of struggle. Take this moment to let your mind ease. Let the complexity of the 30 Years' War unravel gently, leaving you with a sense of quiet perspective and peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless conflict, Europe began to seek an end to the devastation. The 30 Years' War had taken a toll unlike any before it. Economies were ruined, lands were ravaged, and millions of lives had been lost. By the early 1640s, the warring nations realized that no decisive victory was in sight. The war had devolved into a stalemate of exhaustion. Thus began the long and complex journey toward peace, through the negotiations that would culminate in the Peace of Westphalia. The Westphalian negotiations were unprecedented in their scope and ambition. For the first time in European history, nearly all major powers gathered to discuss terms of peace. Delegates from Catholic and Protestant states, as well as representatives from France, Sweden, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, met in the towns of Münster and Osnabrück. These talks would last for years, reflecting the complexity of the issues at hand and the deep mistrust between the parties. As the negotiations unfolded, the participants wrestled with questions of religion, sovereignty, and the balance of power. The Peace of Westphalia sought to establish a new order in Europe, one that would recognize the religious and political realities that had emerged from the war. Protestant and Catholic states agreed to a form of mutual tolerance, reaffirming the principle that rulers could determine their state's religion, while also granting greater freedoms to minority faiths. The treaty also redefined the concept of sovereignty. It marked the beginning of the modern state system, where nations recognized each other's territorial boundaries and agreed not to interfere in one another's internal affairs. This idea of state sovereignty would become a cornerstone of international relations for centuries to come. While the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, its provisions were not without compromise. No side emerged as a clear victor, and many of the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Yet, the treaty succeeded in ending the immediate bloodshed and creating a framework for coexistence in a fractured Europe. As you listen to the conclusion of this chapter, let the idea of resolution fill your thoughts. Picture the weary negotiators, coming together after years of strife, finding common ground in the hope of a better future. Let this image remind you that even in the most challenging times, peace is always within reach. The road to peace was long and arduous, yet it proved that dialogue and compromise can overcome even the deepest divisions. Allow this lesson to settle within you as you relax further, your mind at ease, as the echoes of war fade into the calm promise of resolution. As the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, Europe began to rebuild from the ashes of its most devastating conflict. The war left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping the course of history in profound ways. Nations that had been battered and broken emerged with new identities, while the concept of sovereignty laid the foundation for the modern nation-state system. The war's legacy extended beyond politics and borders. It changed the way conflicts were waged, highlighting the immense cost of prolonged war and the devastating impact on civilian populations. The lessons of the 30 Years' War echoed across generations, reminding humanity of the importance of diplomacy, tolerance, and restraint. This story of destruction and eventual reconciliation carries a timeless message. Even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, a path forged through perseverance, negotiation, and the willingness to find common ground. The 30 Years' War may have scarred Europe, but it also served as a turning point, proving that peace, though hard won, is always worth striving for. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Let the story of the 30 Years' War remind you of the strength found in unity and the power of resolution. Think of the nations and individuals who rebuilt after so much loss, their journey, though difficult, leading to a more stable and interconnected future. Now let the soothing sounds of rain guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. Imagine gentle raindrops falling softly on leaves, washing away the echoes of history's struggles. Feel the rhythm of the rain bringing calm to your mind and a sense of quiet to your soul. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah A. Scow, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behaviour of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his 3 laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal, it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. Japan's origins are steeped in myth and legend, woven into the fabric of the country's identity. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, the islands were created by the divine couple Izanagi and Izanami, who dipped a jewelled spear into the sea and formed the archipelago. Their descendants, the Kami, shaped the land and its people. Among them, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was the most revered, and it was her lineage that would give rise to Japan's imperial family, a connection that persists in tradition to this day. While these myths offered a divine origin story, the archaeological record tells another tale, one rooted in migration and survival. The first inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago arrived over 30,000 years ago, likely crossing land bridges from the Asian continent. These early foragers, known as the yeoman people, developed a distinctive way of life, marked by elaborate pottery, pit dwellings, and a deep relationship with nature. Living in scattered communities, the yeoman thrived for thousands of years, relying on hunting, fishing, and gathering. Over time, a new wave of migrants, the Yayoi, arrived from the Korean peninsula around 1000 BCE, bringing advanced agricultural techniques, metal tools, and a more structured society. The Yayoi introduced rice farming, which transformed the landscape and led to the rise of settled villages, social hierarchies, and territorial disputes. This era laid the foundation for the first centralized political structures in Japan, as powerful clan leaders, known as uji, competed for control. Among them, one lineage, the Yamato, gradually emerged as the most dominant, consolidating power and setting the stage for an imperial dynasty. While the lines between history and myth blur in Japan's earliest narratives, these formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honour the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force. Unlike the decentralized power structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies, incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as kofun, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 meters, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts, signaling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean peninsula's three kingdoms, Baekje, Silla, and Goguryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironworking, Buddhism, and Chinese writing, innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts, as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings, not merely as a spiritual doctrine but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Naka no Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soga. This event, known as the Taika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reforms sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Ritsuryo system, was established. Closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance, it introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heijo-kyo, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government, culture, and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to the realm. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. Monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry, and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet, even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision, to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite revelled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Heian court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colours. However, this refined world of the Heian elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shun emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi, warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts, known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-kyo, battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors, rather than court aristocrats, held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords, known as daimyo, controlling vast territories in exchange for military service. The samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched 2 massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet, imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate, in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance, marked by the rise of no theatre, ink painting and the tea ceremony, it was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of three of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet, even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos, during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, three formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from travelling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theatre, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet, beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shun, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honor, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, two clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political maneuvering. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan-no-ura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honor, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185–1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos, as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him. Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet, Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honour and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics, and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sankinkotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theatre and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain, as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theatres, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered, like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbours. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came, a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai, but there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, 2 celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jewelled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror. As he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The Jomon people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Izgrand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honour the kami, ensuring their continued favour and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favour from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain, in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izuguran Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors, before battle, would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temizuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests, dressed in flowing white robes, performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Ise Grand Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds, to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto defined the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate. How mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favour was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. the spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favour. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favour, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories, it was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya Hem, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honor the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honoured the fleeting beauty of life. while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain, it was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine, whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests. The natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today, as shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology, how ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favour of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumoda, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honouring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful onryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists, not just in shrines, but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen, hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people. The deep-seated sense of honour, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honoured in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins.